sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
Hopes were high for the Indians entering the 2015 season, and for good reason. Pitching was the strength of the team leaving Goodyear, and it has not disappointed. Cody Allen has anchored the bullpen, and the big four of Kluber, Carrasco, Salazar, and tonight's starter Trevor Bauer have led an electrifying rotation. The defense has improved, but the offense has been inconsistent and will need to get better if the Tribe is going to make a push for the postseason. It's time for a sense of urgency. The second half is about to begin. Next on Sports Time Ohio. For the Cleveland Indians, all roads lead to Cincinnati. Tonight we greet you from the Great American Ballpark, site of the just completed Midsummer Classic, won by the American League All-Stars. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Indians and Reds renewing their in-state bragging rights battle here tonight. And for the Cleveland Indians, the big question after the All-Star break, Rick, is what can they do to improve to get themselves into playoff contention? One thing we know for sure, Jason Kipnis practically carried the offense by himself in the first half. Can he continue to do that?
Well, he can continue to play the way he has. He's had a brilliant first half. 51 hits in the month of May, 34 hits in the month of June. He continued to hit the ball all over the ballpark, doubles, singles, triples, everything needed at the top of that lineup. So if Kipnis can continue to do that, they should improve. They got to find a way to score more runs per ball game. It doesn't look like much this year to last year, 3.9 to 4.4, but if you average it out over a whole year, it makes an 80 runs difference if they're not scoring. So that makes a big part of it if they're relying on their pitching in the second half, and that's what they did last year. They pitched very well.
Well, Jason Kipnis had a remarkable first half. He had a 20-game hitting streak plus a 29-game home hitting streak. What's he going to do for an encore? We're about to find out. It's the Cleveland Indians and the Cincinnati Reds, and we'll be back with more from Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati right after this. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud sponsors of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Cincinnati Indians and Reds ready to open up this interleague series here tonight. You know, the Indians have only won 9 series so far this year, and a big reason for that is that they've gone 9-20 in series openers. Let's go downstairs to Andre Knott to see if the Indians have figured out any way to improve on that number.
Well, they're working on it, and I think one of the reasons why the rotation was set the way that it was is they knew that Trevor Bauer was going to stay in Cleveland. He did a simulated game on Monday. Wednesday, he pitched again in Cleveland, and he's ready to go. They did this for a reason to be set up this way. The other thing Terry Francona says is, look, during the break, the one thing he thought of is he said he told our guys, we've got to be more consistent at doing the right things the right way. And one of the other things is to come out and get a lead early, score some runs, and let the pitcher settle in. That's what seemed to help them going into the break, and that's the game plan going into the start of the second half.
You know, I think the big part of that, why they've done so poorly at home, 2-13, is because they've given up a lot of first-inning runs.
Yeah.
You know, and they're playing catch-up right from the start. Look at it on the road. They're 500, 7-7. They played much better because they get to hit first, and there's a good opportunity that they get a chance to score first. So when they can score, it means a huge difference to this team. It's not a big come-from-behind team.
Well, when they score first, they are 27-8. That is a very impressive number. The other number that jumps out at you, when they score 4 or more, 33-12.
Yeah,
so
there you have it.
We'll see what the Indians have tonight as they take on the Cincinnati Reds. We're back with the first pitch. Coming up next. Go back in front. That's it. He's gone. He's been hit home before the first has been thrown. The 0-2. Swing and a lead on Jason Kipnis's RBI double to left center. And the sweep is complete. We'll see if the Indians have the same success against Cincinnati as they did first time around back in Cleveland. They won 7-3, 2-1, and 5-2. And we're ready for baseball tonight here in the Queen City. Both teams trying to stop 2-game skids. Cincinnati lost their last 2 going into the break. They're 39-47. And the Reds, in a very tough National League Central Division, find themselves 15.5 games out of first and way back in the wild card pack as well. Jason Kipnis steps in, takes the first pitch strike. The Indians are 42-46, tried 11 games back in the Central, but very much alive in the wild card race. Leak goes right at him, misses outside 1-1. Mike Leake, one of those guys who's a control pitcher.
Yes.
Kipnis bangs it foul. Not going to overpower or dazzle you with his stuff, but he lives on the edge.
Yeah, stay out of the middle of the plate. He'll keep you off balance. He adds, subtracts. He's got a breaking ball, a changeup. He'll throw it inside. If he's on his game, he can be tough.
Fouled right back already for Jason Kipnis. A better at bat than the last one he had here, which took place a couple of days ago in the All-Star game. He came on and batted against Jacob deGrom of the New York Mets, and that guy was unbelievable. He struck out the side on 10 pitches.
How tough did he look that night?
Now the 1-2. Sounded like it broke his bat. A one-hopper to second, and Phillips will throw him out. The Indians starting lineup is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. After Kipnis, Francisco Lindor, Michael Brantley batting third. David Murphy in the cleanup spot, followed by Carlos Santana. Then it's Yan Gomes, who has good career numbers against Cincinnati. Brandon Moss, Giovanni Urshela, and Trevor Bauer batting ninth.
And Mike Leake is our Northern Ohio Honda dealer starting pitcher. Leake is 6-5 on the year, a 4.08 ERA. He is 1-1 in his career in 5 starts against the Indians. Pitched against them May 22nd. Took the loss. It was a 7-3 Tribe win.
Lindor looks at a ball inside, and the count is 1-1. See the numbers thus far for Francisco Lindor.
Double hit.
Lindor on the homestand that took us into the All-Star break went 8 for 29 with 3 runs driven in. As you take a look, it's the foul and then a foul again.
He really got good extension on that and hit it hard into the dugout.
And the 1-2 is popped foul out of play.
I like what Lindor did on the last homestand. He hit a couple balls to left field, drove one off the wall, and showed some surprising pop going that way in that homestand. And boy, if he can continue that, that would be a great sign for a young hitter like Lindor is, to stay on the baseball and drive it to left field.
Here's the 1-2. Strike 3 called.
Yeah, it looked like a little cutter on the outside part of the plate, or a fastball.
2 down here in the first.
Let's take a look at the Reds defense, brought to you by Chrysler. It'll be Bird in left, Hamilton in center, Bruce is over and right, Frazier at third, Suarez at short, Phillips at second, Votto is at first, and Barnhart doing the catching.
Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes. Brian Honora at first. Carlos Torres making his major league debut tonight as at second. Corey Blazer down at third. There's Michael Brantley.
Making your major league debut, they put you at second base. You don't have any tough calls down the line. You just got some close plays at second base when you're stealing a base or something like that.
It's kind of like batting eighth.
Yeah, ease him into it.
The 1-0. A little bit low. 2 balls, no strikes. Brantley batted .292 going into the All-Star break. You see the 5 homers, 46 runs batted in, tied with Brandon Moss for the team lead in RBI. Leake misses again, 3-0.
Yeah, Leake, a guy that normally he's not a nibbler. He goes at you. He stays aggressive. But he's thrown 3 straight to Michael.
Leake, another fine product of Arizona State. He was a Reds first-round pick back in '09 after finishing up with the Sun Devils. He was drafted out of high school but passed up a 7th-round offer from the Oakland A's and went to Arizona State instead. Brantley thought it was ball 4, and I think if you look at it again, you'd see Brantley's probably right. Jeff Kellogg called it a strike, however, and the count is full.
Well, check it out on our Nissan pitch tracker. He thought it might have been a little low. Well, he wanted to flip that bat away, but he held on to it. So he's had a look at 5 straight.
And the payoff pitch is pulled foul.
Leake, a free agent at the end of the year, a lot like Johnny Cueto, who we'll see in this series on Sunday, is scheduled to pitch on the last game.
Brantley awaiting the payoff. And it's in the dirt. Ball 4. So a 2-out walk will keep the inning alive for David Murphy. Our window system's game time temperature 89 degrees and very humid.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Andre down there on the field. It was smoking hot.
Well, the Weather Channel says it feels like it's in the mid-90s here at game time. Andre would probably tell us it feels warmer than that.
It feels about 105 down here right now, guys, to tell you the truth. It's steaming hot.
Don't get a lot of air moving it.
Not a lot. We've heard some thunder behind us. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
No, you never are, so don't worry about it, pal.
Good time, Charlie.
Well, when it gets this warm, you know, Charlotte's going to be around. No question about it. It's been probably the hottest day we've had all year long.
I think you're right. And that goes for when we were down in Florida to play the Rays.
Yeah, Florida, Texas, anywhere we've been.
David Murphy batting in the cleanup spot. He's got the count 2-0. Boy, Leake was very aggressive with the first 2 hitters, but he fell behind Brantley. Now behind Murphy. Drops a strike in. It's 2-1. I think more than anything, it's probably just a case where sometimes starting pitchers, if you're going to get them, it's usually that first inning where they have some control issues. Brantley was headed to second base, but Leake stepped off.
Yeah, he was off and running on the 2-1 pitch and then had to put the brakes on to get back. Look at 1, 2, and yeah, better get back. And that goes to show you Leake didn't really see him.
No, Votto was yelling, and I think that's why Brantley came back. Missed outside, 3-1.
Yeah, sometimes as a pitcher you get the first 2 outs and you're in a hurry to get through the inning. You think, okay, here, let's go. Then all of a sudden you lose it a little bit, the strike zone. You got to reel it back in, and he's doing that right now. Tried to slow it down with a couple of curveballs.
Murphy with a weak ground ball to second. Brandon Phillips will throw him out. And the inning is over. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. The Cincinnati Reds are coming to bat when we come back. Manager Brian Price, brought to you by Toyota. Brandon Phillips will lead it off, followed by Joey Votto. The All-Star Game home run derby champion Todd Frazier will hit third. Jay Bruce cleanup. Then it's Marlon Byrd, Eugenio Suarez, Tucker Barnhart, Mike Leake. The pitcher will bat eighth, and Billy Hamilton is hitting ninth.
Our Northern Ohio Honda dealer's starting pitcher Trevor Bauer making start number 18. having a nice year. 8-5, 376 earned run average, 5-2 on the road with a 182. He beat the Reds earlier this year on the 24th of May. Pitched 7 2/3, very good innings, 5 hits, just 1 run allowed. He left that ball game leading 4-1. This is his second start in this ballpark. His first one came when he was a Diamondback, and it didn't fare too well.
Bauer's pitch to Phillips is up high for ball 1. Phillips putting together another solid year, not spectacular, but 275 average you saw, 5 homers, 31 driven in.
Well, you remember when he was in Cleveland, they had some toe issues. You know,
That's right.
He had a tough time running, so he's had some nagging injuries that he's played through this year. You know, this guy's a gamer. Loves to play the game, plays with a lot of personality, big smile on his face, and certainly a great defender.
Check to swing.
Look at that.
And he floats it to Santana at first base for out number 1.
Indians defense brought to you by Chrysler. Looks like this. Murphy's in left field, Brantley in center, Moss over in right, Urshela at third, Lindor at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first, Gomes back behind the plate.
You score that one SL3, soft liner. First base.
Well, you know, when you get a check swing like that, it looked like it was going to get over the head of Santana.
How many times do you see
a
that?
Floater. That's like the little finger roll in basketball.
Joey Votto, 15 homers, 42 driven in, 15 doubles as well. Votto is a guy that normally is always up there in terms of walks, and this year no different. He is 4th in the National League with 57 walks.
Yeah, great eye at the plate. He doesn't go outside the strike zone for much. In his career, 35 games, 295 average, 27 homers. Good power the other way.
Indians starting pitchers lead the major leagues with 528 strikeouts. The next closest team, the White Sox, began the day 42 behind. Cody Anderson sitting next to Danny Salazar. An Indians rotation that has been a lot of fun to watch. The 1-2.
Well, he's about the only guy in the rotation that doesn't strike anybody out.
Yeah.
You know, he's an aggressive pitcher, a strike thrower. But the other 4, they get a lot of swings and misses. First 4 ever to have 100 strikeouts before the break. Pretty impressive.
Upstairs, full count. Votto walks a lot, but he also strikes out his fair share. 70 times he's gone down via the strikeout. Only Jay Bruce has struck out more for Cincinnati, and he's down again.
There you go.
Great pitch by Bauer. Looked like Rick, he just elevated the fastball enough.
That's the one pitch I like that Trevor Bauer is so effective with, is his high fastball. Because, you know, not only can he throw it and spot it up there, but his curveball comes out of that same slot and breaks down.
Keys to the game brought to you by Wayside Furniture. A quick start to the second half would be ideal for this Indians ball club. And Trevor Bauer trying to take a page of old Roger Miller's songbook, King of the Road. Although I prefer the Dean Martin cover.
Of course, you go right that way. That's right. Steubenville, my friend. Homies, stick together.
That's right.
Well, Frank Sinatra, speaking of that, that's this guy right here at the plate. He's a big fan of Frank Sinatra. Jersey boy.
Cincinnati's his kind of town because his numbers this year if the Reds were contending, he'd be an MVP candidate. He's
No
third in
doubt.
the league in homers. He's sixth in RBIs. He's fourth in runs scored. Total bases, he's number one. I mean, his name is on every offensive category.
Yep. Yeah, he has 52 extra base hits. You know, before the break, he's on pace for 48 doubles, 47 home runs on the year. That's very good. You know, we remember, go back to 95, remember Albert Bell in the 50-50 club in only 144 games. So you can see what a difference, huh? Loves hitting in this ballpark. Of course, this is a good hitter's ballpark. It carries. And you can see the home runs that are hit here.
I know we've got two good starting pitchers on the mound, but this would appear to be a night if you're a hitter. The ball might carry. Took the sting out of his bat with that pitch. And Urshela throws him out. The Reds are retired in order. And we are scoreless after one in Cincinnati. In Cincinnati, no score. Cleveland will send up Carlos Santana, Yan Gomes, and Brandon Moss. Pitches outside, ball one. Mike Leake, the Red starting pitcher tonight, is a terrific all-around athlete. That ball's ripped by Brandon Phillips and into right field. Santana's aboard with a leadoff single here in the second inning for Cleveland. Santana went into the All-Star break 9 for 23 on the last homestand.
Well, when you have the three on the right side and you throw him a changeup, you better get it down, because what it does, it speeds his bat up, and he was able to beat the shift and get it by Phillips because that changeup was upstairs a little bit. So Santana starts the second half off with a single.
And now Yan Gomes. Out of play. In addition to being a heck of a baseball player when he was in high school, Mike Leake also played on the soccer team. He was a defensive back on the football team, point guard on the basketball team. Also punted and kicked for the football team. So it's a guy that can really do it all. In fact, when he was at Arizona State University, his coach, Pat Murphy, said he could have been the team's best defensive third baseman or shortstop. Gomes sends a sky-high pop to shallow left. In comes Marlon Byrd. One down. I mean, that's high praise when you're at that caliber of school. You're that good of a pitcher, and the coach says, yeah, and he could have been our best third baseman or shortstop.
And Murphy's now the manager of the San Diego Padres.
So that's another reason why when he comes up to bat tonight, you'll know that's the reason why he's hitting eighth. He's not your typical.
He's no pushover.
Yeah.
He can represent himself.
Here's Brandon Moss.
Well, the three guys that were up this inning, it was Santana, Gomes, and Moss. Those are the guys that really are going to have to pick it up if this offense is going to do anything in the second half. Brandon Moss, the unbelievable thing when you look at him and you say to yourself, okay, he's going to get his home runs, but you figure he's going to kill right-handed pitching. He's hitting 190 against right-handers and hitting 274 against lefties. Total opposite of what you think.
Yeah.
And you know he's a guy that can swing and miss a lot, but sometimes you have to make adjustments, get a ball in play. Yan Gomes, another guy that is not doing it with runners in scoring position. And I can tell what he does. He presses so hard to try and get him in.
Bounced in front of the plate.
Boy, how did it miss him?
Well, Rick, the one thing about Brandon Moss, and I know Terry Francona has alluded to it, that he's been waiting for Moss to get hot because he's a guy that can hit 5-6 homers in a week because that's the kind of role he can get on. But we just haven't seen him get into one of those grooves.
Well, that's true.
He's still on pace to hit you almost 30 home runs this year. It's nothing to sneeze at. Fouled into the ground. Tucker Barnhart couldn't dig it out.
We see it. I think when he hit his first home run this year, didn't it go to left field? Was it in Minnesota? And it got him going a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, when he stays on the baseball and uses the big part of the ballpark, and a lot of times you see he has a tendency to maybe pull off the ball a little too much.
Well, and I know that's been a source of frustration for Brandon, not outwardly, and it's not that he's sitting around thinking about it, contemplating it, pondering it, but 12 of his 14 home runs this year have come on the road.
Yeah, you know, sometimes that you never know when we go home, just creep into that mindset. I mean, Progressive Field is a nice ballpark, fair to hit in, fair to pitch in, I think, all the way around, but he's got too good a power to only have 2 home runs there.
Well, he's worked himself from 0-2 to 2-2 with Santana at first and 1 out here in the second. Double play ball hit right at the shortstop Suarez, and the inning is over.
15 with MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. You can stay connected with live radio, broadcast, stats, breaking news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Jay Bruce comes to bat here in the bottom of the second for Cincinnati.
Bruce had a good series against the Indians back in Cleveland, remember?
Yeah.
They had the 3-man shift.
Oh, the ball boy almost made the catch and
He didn't move.
skipped by him.
Well, he didn't get off his seat.
He never got off his seat.
You have to get up. Oh, now he's going to have some seeds. I didn't have to get up. I got to get some seeds there. Look at, he never moved. I'll tell you what, if I'm sitting behind him, I'm hiding on another one coming down there. Tired.
Lack of hustle right there.
Yeah, yes it is. You got to get out of your seat and catch it.
Here's the 1-1. Swung out and missed. There you go. Bruce went 4 for 9 with 3 walks against Cleveland in the Indians' 3-game sweep back in May. A little bit outside.
I remember as it started, they were playing the 3 guys over on the right side, and his first few base hits were to the left side, and they ended up moving it. He ended up making them change their defense against it because he was struggling at the time he came to Cleveland.
Swing and a miss.
Nice
and
pitch
what a pitch by Bauer. The change of pace had Bruce completely baffled. Second strikeout, 1 away.
This is going to be our Circle K strikeout, and I'll tell you what, that curveball, that's when he throws that high fastball. This comes out of the same slot, and then all of a sudden it just disappears and goes down. Threw a good one like that to Frazier that he grounded out to third.
That'll bring up Marlon Byrd. Right field near the line, long run for Moss, and it is a foul ball deep in the corner.
Well, I was watching. I was going to say this is a good one to get a look at the carry here. He hit it okay, but you know that thing, I don't know if it would have been out of here or not.
I don't think so, Rick, but it still carried a lot farther than it sounded like it would off the bat. It didn't sound like he really barreled that up.
He did.
In addition to the strikeout numbers for Indian starting pitchers this year, they've also allowed 3 runs or less in 21 of the last 25 road games, which is a big reason why they played so well away from home.
Yes. Well, that's the key. Their pitching has been so much better on the road than it is at home. You know, a run difference per game. I can't figure it out.
I'm not sure they can either.
Well, they can't. You're right. They go out on the road in those gray uniforms, and boy, they're different guys.
Another foul back by Byrd. But all in all, Mickey Callaway has to be thrilled with what the starters have put together to this point, because you have to also remember, outside of Corey Kluber, none of these guys have pitched a full season in the big leagues.
Bauer pitched more innings last year than anybody else after Kluber. This guy's fun to watch. He's going to get better and better every year. He's pitched well against the National League as well.
That's hit hard. Deep right field, and Moss will not be able to save this one, I don't think. Nope, it's gone. Marlon Byrd with home run number 15 on the year, and the solo shot puts Cincinnati ahead 1-0.
The number 15 for Byrd and the 13th given up, but what you don't like is an 0-2 pitch, and it's just way too good. A fastball right out over the plate, and it doesn't take much to get it out of here. He stayed on it. Moss goes back. It goes into the second row, and Cincinnati has a 1-0 lead.
Of his 15 home runs this year for Marlon Byrd, 11 of them have been solo shots. And a fastball strike to Eugenio Suarez. swung on and missed. It is 0-2. That's in the hole and another base hit.
Suarez has done a nice job for him, hitting over 300.
Our injury report tonight brought to you by the injury lawyers at Elk & Elk. Devin Mesoraco, Zach Cozart, Homer Bailey, Sean Marshall, all done for the year. Ouch. Tony Cingrani, I think they're hoping to get him back fairly soon. The pitcher who has been out. He's been on the DL since June 15 with a strained left shoulder. He's made 3 rehab appearances, scheduled to pitch again tonight. But that's quite a bit of injury mayhem to overcome. Tucker Barnhart. And the problem for Cincinnati, too, is that Mesoraco, that's a huge injury because he's one of the guys that's in the middle of that lineup.
Well, he's like the Yan Gomes for the Cincinnati Reds, you know, how he was when Gomes got hurt. He had the hip problem, so, yeah, it's tough to lose a frontline starter catcher. But he had 25 home runs last year. He's got good pop.
Yeah. If I remember right, Rick, he was not yet on the DL when Cincinnati was in Cleveland. He had been out for a while.
Yes,
they were hoping that he would still be able to come back, and soon after they left, they DL'd him and then realized he was done for the year. A little bit high, 2 balls and a strike. Another ball in the hole, and another hit. 3 in a row as Suarez goes to third. Back-to-back singles, both through the hole in the right side of the Indians' infield.
Yeah, both in the same spot. Not hit all that hard, but placed perfectly. This ball was down, maybe below the strike zone. Let's take a look. Sure was, man.
Wow.
He picked that ball up off the ground. He just got a good piece of it and found the right spot. So here's the situation now. You have first and third, but you have the pitcher hitting in the number 8 hole today, as we talked about earlier when you were given the lineups. So Leake has a chance to help himself, and he wants to go talk to the third base coach and say, okay, what do I do here?
Well, back on May the 25th, so almost 2 full months ago, Jason Marquis batted in the 8th spot in the order against Colorado, 1 spot ahead of Billy Hamilton. It was the first time that a Reds pitcher had batted anywhere other than 9th since 1933.
Wow.
And since then, 34, well, make it 35 of the last 44 Reds games, they've gone with this.
Well, when
alignment.
you've got a guy like Hamilton, when you hit that number 9 hole, it's like your second leadoff hitter, and he can steal bases. You know, see, they got this guy bunting here. Okay.
And I thought that was a strike. They say no.
I'll tell you what, I like the pitch, though. When you square around, you have that man on third, you throw it up and in. Let's take a look and see if he tries to bunt it.
Well, I don't know. It sure looked like he offered at it.
Well, you know what he did? He wanted to go out and get it, and I think he pulled it back.
Kind of double clutch, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Runner from first breaks, and it's bunted to first. Santana will come home with the throw, and he didn't get him. Suarez beats the tag, and the Reds lead it 2-0.
Well, that's really a nice job, a safety squeeze. Get the bunt down, and you read it out at third base. Suarez did, and beat Santana, throw home. They started the runner at first base. It's a bunt and run. It's a safety squeeze. Once you see the ball on the ground as a base runner at third base, you can break home. You make the decision, and he beats the throw to the plate, and it's a 2-0 ball game, and they still have runners at first and second, and they have 4. Well, that'll be a fielder's choice, but give him the RBI to Leake. That's a really nice play. You know, with that pitcher in that spot, you don't make him do anything he's not capable of doing. He got the bunt down. He helped his cause. Well done.
So first and second, still only one out. And now Billy Hamilton. He bunts. Bauer takes it, throws to first, and got him by a whisker. 2 down.
Well, there you go. You try and bunt for a base hit. You don't have time to dilly-dally when Hamilton is running. He gets down the line in a hurry. You see, he picked it up, and Urshela almost gets in the way of Bauer right there coming in. I don't think Urshela would have had him, do you, if he would have fielded that ball?
No, and I think it's a really good concentration on Bauer's part to field that ball and make the good throw with Urshela bearing down on him. You know, sometimes you might feel a guy coming and you just shy away from it.
Right.
Trevor took charge and made the play. And now a chance to get out of the inning, but a tough out in Brandon Phillips.
Yeah, Hamilton got down the line on that bunt in 3.6 seconds.
And Phillips swinging for the downs, came up empty. Upstairs. Bauer retired the first 4 to start the game. But the opposite field home run by Marlon Byrd, it only traveled 348 feet, but that was enough to get out of here. And then back-to-back singles through the hole on the right side of the infield. A couple of bunt plays. And it's a 2-0 Cincinnati lead. Brandon Phillips has a chance to make it a big inning now for the Reds. And a big swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
Couple of good sliders. He's been able to get Phillips to swing and miss. Both of them were in the same spot. Look at knees down and away, and that thing's breaking off the plate. Ends up a ball.
Phillips lays off this time in a full count. And now the payoff pitch. It's inside, ball 4. The bases are loaded. And the 8th man to bat will be Joey Votto. We'll see if Mickey Callaway goes to the mound here.
Yeah, he's going to take a stroll. You're absolutely correct.
And the call being made down to the Indians bullpen. I see guys moving about. They might get somebody up already. Been a long inning for Bauer. This is you see 40 pitches in the game, but he didn't need that many to get through the first. So most of the pitches have come here in this second inning.
Yeah, it's Manship that's getting up and going out there to start throwing. But I'll tell you, Bauer's got good secondary stuff. He's got good slider tonight. He had a good changeup. His curveball's been very good. A couple of the hits in the inning. He made a mistake with Burke with the fastball right there on an 0-2 count. Suarez got the hit between first and second. Barnhart did the same thing on a pitch that was out of the strike zone. And then that one nice play for Leake, the bunt, the safety squeeze, got to run home. So they've kept the pressure on Trevor Bauer.
Votto caught in between, tried to hold up, but he went around. Big flash of lightning just went across the sky.
Either that or they didn't pay their light bill. Yeah, it was flickering.
Upstairs with it, 1-1. You can hear the thunder rumbling. Now the 1-1. Votto wailing away, and it's 1-2.
This is a slider, down and in, swings over the top. It's a ball to begin with, and he chased it. So he has a 1-2 count on Votto. Need to get an out here.
Froze him with a fastball, and the inning is over. Reds leave him loaded, but they strike for a pair. Marlon Byrd goes deep. Eugenio Suarez scores on a punt play. 2-0 Cincinnati.
Sugardale Dollar Dogs, $2 beer pregame, and fireworks presented by Wayside Furniture. That'll all take place Friday, July 24th. The Indians will host the White Sox. You come on down to the ballpark. Go to Indians.com for those tickets.
Well, Mike Leake has a lead to work with now. 2-0 Cincinnati. For the Indians, Giovanni Urshela, Trevor Bauer, and Jason Kipnis due up.
Oh, I see people getting up, heading to the exits. I think it's starting.
Either that or they're having a run on hot dogs.
Yeah, they're having 10-cent hot dogs.
Well, already the crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, has gone to the groundskeeper rather than start the inning. He wants to see that radar one more time.
Yes, he does. He wants to get a good look at it right now. He knows the thunder, the lightning's around.
Isn't this unbelievable? You got a guy on a cell phone showing the umpire, here's what the radar's doing, and they're going to make a decision based on that.
He's going to call it, isn't he?
Well, let's see. I don't see a decision yet. Now he's calling his fellow umpire in. He's calling Brian O'Nora in from first base. What do we got here?
I have no idea.
Brian O'Nora is pointing to the sky. I don't know if it's a flash of lightning.
Yeah, it's got to be lightning. Well, Sweeping the plate, I guess we're going to stay. Their players are getting ready to come off the field.
I don't know if I'm just not seeing. I know you see the people moving, but I don't see the raindrops falling. In any event, we're going to continue on here as Urshela takes a strike from Mike Lee. Pulls it foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Waves at a pitch outside. And he is quickly out number 1, and now Trevor Bauer coming up. Our great clip of the game, Trevor Bauer mimicking his teammates' batting stances. We went through Kipnis, Aviles, Rayburn.
Well, you can see the last start he had in Pittsburgh, it was raining that night too. So we'll see who he hits like tonight.
Takes outside, ball 1. Quickly 2-0 the count.
Isn't that funny? He comes out and you got Urshela up there. He throws 3 straight strikes. Then you get the pitcher walking up there. He's only got a couple at bats, and the first 2 pitches are out of the zone.
Big chopper to second baseman Brandon Phillips. 2 down. And after a long inning in which Bauer was out on the mound, that's the last thing you probably wanted to see, was for him to have to come up in a situation like that. Urshela was out on 3 pitches. Bauer grounds out quickly. So now Kipnis knows, well, he has to take some pitches here.
That's where you really take your time to walk up to the batter's box as a leadoff hitter. When that pitcher's going back into the dugout, you want to give him a little breather. So yeah, you come in here and you try and take a couple of pitches. You're right.
Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Kipnis, you see where he ranks in all the top offensive categories. He's right there among the league leaders. 3rd in average, 2nd in hits, 5th in runs scored. There's a line drive base hit in the left field.
Nice swing.
And a 2-out single keeps the inning alive now for Francisco Lindor.
He got Kipnis out the first time inside, and he jammed him a little weak ground ball a second. This time he tries to go away. Kipnis kept his hands back, and that patent adjacent Kipnis swing the other way gets a base hit. 2nd hit for the Indians. This is a 2-out single.
Now Francisco Lindor called out on strikes his first time up. You see Kipnis, still most of his hits have been up the gut.
Yeah.
But really, for the most part, even distribution. Lindor fouls it back. Even with the offensive numbers throughout baseball being down, this is a ballpark where truly no lead safe. It's a lot like Wrigley Field in that way.
Oh yeah, you can have a big inning here, no question. You get a couple guys on, you can pop one in a heartbeat.
Almost threw it away. Kipnis back safely. Up and away. To center field, Hamilton moving back and makes the catch. No runs, a hit, a man left. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. Cincinnati 2, Cleveland nothing. for Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Right now it's 2-0 in favor of Cincinnati. And we go to the bottom of the third. And Todd Frazier going to lead it off, which brings us to our Levin Furniture player profile. Frazier, as Rick mentioned earlier, New Jersey native, played on that Toms River Little League World Series championship team. 4 for 4 in that game with a home run. And last year, he was the Home Run Derby National League champion. This year, he won the whole thing. Not going to leave the yard here, though, as Brandon Moss makes the catch in right field for out number 1. Ooh, another big flash of lightning.
Yeah, that wind's picked up a little bit as well.
Doesn't appear to be helping the ball to right field. Looks, if anything, it's going to give the ball to left field maybe a boost. There's Jay Bruce, who struck out his only time up. Pulls it on the ground. Another hit in the hole. Yeah. There's 3 hits that have gone right through that spot between first and second.
There's not much you can do. Bauer's making good pitches, and they're hitting him in spots where the defenders are not. Really, I mean, watch. He's out in front on that pitch. He tops it, but he hits it in the perfect spot right in the hole. So they've had 3 hits like that today out of their 4. The one that left the yard, and the other 3 have found that hole between first and second.
Well, here's Marlon Byrd, who shot one out of here to right field his first time up. Bounced that one well in front of the plate.
Nice block. Yeah, that was he spiked a curveball in there, and Gomes did a nice job to keep Bruce on first base. Watch how far out in front of home plate it is. That's a shoulder buster. Oh, wow.
We just had about 3 bolts of lightning flash beyond the river on the Kentucky side of the Ohio. Right up the middle and through. Bruce will stop at second. And once again, Cincinnati with back-to-back hits.
Well, this one was hit hard, and it's right back up the box. See, it skips, makes Bauer get out of the way. So back-to-back hits, and this is where it started in the second inning.
Yeah, they had 3 consecutive hits in that second inning, starting with the Bird solo homer. Now it's Eugenio Suarez, who shot one through the right side of the infield last inning. Another ball well in front of the plate, bouncing in.
Well, that's another slider.
Hit him almost in the exact same spot.
That was almost like a replay, wasn't it?
Yeah. How's that feeling right now for Gomes? It's like getting punched in the bicep twice in a matter of a couple of minutes. Bullseye, 1-1. Suarez came to the Reds from Detroit in the Alfredo Simon deal this past offseason. On a play. In 85 games last year with the Tigers, Suarez batted .242, as Rick told you. Comes into tonight with a .311 batting average.
Yeah, with getting a chance to play with Zach Cozart on the disabled list. He's out. Their normal shortstop, so he's held his own.
shallow right field. Out goes Kipnis, but Moss comes in to make the catch, and the runners hold 2 down. Now the raindrops are falling. Jason Bauer, the subject of our Kia in the driver's seat this year, 2nd in ERA on the road, tied for 5th in wins, and that 161 batting average against is #1, which is why it's so surprising that the Reds have been able to string together 4 singles already tonight, plus the solo home run. Normally that's as many as he gives up in a whole game.
Well, the way this guy got his base hit the first time, I think it's safe to say I tried throwing some high fastballs to him because he picked that one ball up off the ground.
Quickly, it's 0-2, throw down to second base, and they had him, but the throw short hot Lindor, and he couldn't quite dig it out.
Yeah, he was took that secondary lead, and he was out in the middle of nowhere, and Gomes picked it up. Watch him, secondary. He thought he was going to hit the ball, so he started to break the third, and it almost got Bauer. He flinched.
I don't think he knew it was going to second base.
He didn't. He thought Gomes was throwing it back to him, and he fired a seed.
And the 2-strike pitch is blocked nicely by Gomes. You ever get unnerved playing in the outfield when you see lightning flashing like that?
No, not really. It's, I mean, we're closer to it. I'm more unnerved up here than out on the field.
1-2 pitch.
Nice pitch.
Wow. I thought that was going to be strike 3 called, but no. 2-2.
Just a little bit inside. I think he thought he had one right there. That ball comes back a little bit, but he's sitting right there. That umpire's head's right in the spot.
Out of play to the left. Runners first and second, 2 down. Here in the third, Tribe already down 2-0. Bauer's 2-2 pitch and a full count. Runners go on the 3-2, and Bauer turns to second to see if he'd get somebody trying to start early, but to no avail. There go the runners. And again, he just misses, and Bauer is flustered and frustrated.
Well, for the umpire's sake, he called that one a ball, and the same spot he called the next one a ball, so it's consistency. A long second inning for Trevor, 29 pitches. And now he's in that same boat. He has bases loaded, 2 outs. But you do have the pitcher hitting here, and he, I think, had the play of the game last time. Little safety squeeze. Got the ball down, the fielder's choice. Suarez broke home, beat the throw to the plate.
Right field. Moss racing back, won't get it, and one hops the fence. Bruce scores. Bird scores. Barnhart stops at third. It's a 2-out, 2-run double for the pitcher, Mike Leake, and the Reds lead it 4-0.
Boy, how's that for helping your own cause? He drives the ball to right center field. Over the head of Moss. Boy, he smoked it. He put a good swing on a low fastball. Just took it out to right center, and you know, that goes to show you how this park is. It's too small to score 3, even with 2 outs. They got to hold Bernhardt at third base. They're going to call for the tarp now. That hit poked a hole in the clouds.
Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, pulling the players off the field. Grounds crew springs into action. Rain isn't falling really any heavier than it has been throughout the inning, but the lightning and the thunder have been moving in more rapidly, so I think that might have something to do with why Jeff Kellogg decided to call for the tarp now. We're still well shy of this being an official game, so at this point we'll sit around and wait it out. Reds grounds crew trying to get the tarp on the field, and when you get in a situation like this, if you get high winds, that's when it can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah,
we saw
right.
Recently, I think it was in Pittsburgh.
Yes, after
guy
we left.
got wrapped up in the tarp.
Yeah, after we left, Pirate guys went out and helped him do the tarp.
Yeah.
You're right. So it's safer to get it on in weather like this.
Get it before the heavy stuff gets here.
Yeah, before it's too heavy to put on the field net. And I'll tell you, a lot of lightning around the area right now, too. A lot of it.
It's like a light show.
Well, as hot as it is, it doesn't surprise you. The heat, lightning, and some storms moving in. So, but that's good. It's covered. They won't have to do any work to the field.
No.
That's the one good thing about it.
So we are in an official rain delay now. 4-0 Cincinnati. We're in the bottom of the third. Cincinnati still batting with 2 on and 2 out. We'll take a break and come back and see what we do from here right after this.
He's within 8 games of a playoff spot. Reds find themselves in the division with the Cardinals and the Pirates and the Cubs, who aren't going anywhere. So I think that kind of makes them, if they're not already, it forces their hand into becoming a seller, and it'll be interesting to see over these final few weeks before the deadline how aggressive they are trying to go into the rebuild.
Other interesting thing, they're coming off the All-Star break here in Cincinnati with the All-Star game. Todd Frazier really put his, if you didn't know his name, I think you know it after earlier this week. He's the All-Star representative for the Reds and a fun player to watch when his bat is high.
Yeah, how great was that home run derby on Monday, right? I mean, if you didn't tune into that thinking, I've seen the home run derby before, then you missed out, because it was a different beast. And how great of a thing to have the hometown kid win it. It was the first time that a guy won a home run derby in his hometown since 1990 when Ryan Sandberg did it. And apparently that year there were a total of like 3 home runs in the entire derby hit. So definitely a special night, and a guy that is becoming a face of this Reds franchise, especially as they go through this rebuild, a guy that will probably be around for a while.
All right, Reds and Indians will be national tomorrow. Joe Davis will have your play-by-play. Check it out on FS1.
Thanks, Andre. And as Joe referenced, the home run derby contest, always a highlight of the All-Star festivities, and the hometown guy, Todd Frazier of the Cincinnati Reds, won the whole enchilada.
Well, and his brother's throwing him batting practice. How about that? And he had to do whatever he was saying. Todd came out, and it was very impressive, man. The crowd was behind him every swing. They got caught up into it, and it was exciting. The Todd father, as they call him here in Cincinnati. It was really fun to watch. It was exciting, and he came back. Boy, he had that last swing.
Now, Major League Baseball has tried to build the home run derby contest into the equivalent of the NBA All-Stars dunk contest. And whereas the dunk contest, I think, has kind of died in recent years because there's only so many ways you can dunk a basketball.
Right.
This thing has really soared in popularity, especially among the younger fans.
Yeah, why not? It's like the long drive competition in golf. Let's see how far you can hit the ball. Yeah. Now, you know, look at Adam Jones brings him the belt. It was a lot of fun to watch, and I like the new format they added this year where they put a clock on it. And, you know, you still get tired. People say, why can't he hit more home runs? You don't realize how tired your arms and legs get when you're up there swinging for the downs every time. But it was fun to watch.
You know, we were talking about the wild card situation, a possible playoff positioning. Andre referenced it with Joe there with regards to where Cleveland and Cincinnati are at and how different it is league to league. And in the American League, I'm just looking at it, you have 8 teams that are within 6 games of the wild card spot. Right now, Minnesota and Houston are the wild card positioned clubs. You've got Tampa Bay, Baltimore, Detroit, Toronto, Cleveland, Texas, and Boston, all within, and Chicago White Sox, all within 6 games of one of those wild card spots. So there's a lot of teams. And that doesn't take into consideration Seattle, who's 7 back, and Oakland, who's 8 back. Now, are they in it?
Well,
no.
The reality, if you're in there, and people are saying, are they going to be sellers, or are they going to be buyers? You know, you have to really sit down and look at your team, because you can't. Is one guy good enough to get you over the hump? And that's what you look for. That hired gun to come in. Some teams need a starting pitcher. You know, you look at the Indians; they could use a bat. You know, a guy that can drive in runs. That's something that they would desperately need, but can they go out and get one?
And if you're one of those teams that's in a position to say, okay, we need to look towards next year, I mean, how much are you really going to get, and is it worth giving up? Now, if a guy's going to free agency and you know you're not going to re-sign him, well, anything you get is probably a bonus in return, unless you're willing to say, we'll ride it out and we'll settle for the draft pick. But as we know, Rick, a draft pick is 4 years away from helping your club.
No question about it. That's where you have to sit down and seriously look at your club and say, hey, look, what are we going to do here? We got to look at the future. And even if we honestly do make it, are we good enough to do anything once we do?
Cincinnati will be putting 2 runners aboard. Tucker Barnhart will be the runner at third base. Interestingly enough, it's the pitcher, Mike Leake, who has to go out to second base. And with 2 down, the batter will be Billy Hamilton. I don't remember if he had taken a pitch
No, I don't think he did. I think they called it before he even saw a pitch. Because remember, the grounds crew guy came out and started showing the radar. He called in the other umpire. So I don't think Trevor Bauer threw a pitch to him.
So Hamilton will be batting with second and third and 2 down. And it's been a rough night for Trevor Bauer early in the ballgame. Just 2 2/3. He's given up 4 runs on 6 hits. The killer right now for Bauer is that in this inning, there were 2 on, there were 2 out, and it appeared that he had Tucker Barnhart struck out. Did not get the call, wound up walking Barnhart, and then Mike Leake, his counterpart, takes him to the gap for a 2-run double.
I understand the thought process behind that. That Barnhart, who got a base hit his first at bat, he tried to make perfect pitches to, and so he ends up walking him because you're facing the pitcher. But the pitcher came out and roped a low fastball into right center field alley to drive in too. He has 3 ribbies.
It was
out of the
pitch.
4 runs. It was not a bad pitch. So you got to give the guy some credit. When you look at how they scored the second inning, I mean, 0-2 home run ball. Okay, there's 1 swing, they got their 1 run, no problem. But they came up with back-to-back hits after that, and they weren't hit that hard. They were between first and second base. This is the play. Safety squeeze. Santana comes home. It's too late. They didn't get an out. That's the second run, so it's 2-0. And then they come out into the third inning. And here we go. After 1 out, there's the big hit right there by Mike Leake. I mean, he drove a fastball to right center field. Hey, we told you he was an athlete. We told you he's also a good hitter. And, boy, it's his day today. He's pitched well, and he's also hit well.
And so now he'll be at second base. Tucker Barnhart will be at third. And Billy Hamilton's coming to the plate. And we're ready to resume the ball game. Glad to have you with us on this Friday evening here in Cincinnati, resuming the Major League Baseball season after the All-Star break. Bauer has made 62 pitches on the night. 39 of those have been strikes. Hamilton goes after the first pitch, pops it foul. Is it playable? Urshela to the seats. No, can't get there. And he ran into that sidewall pretty hard.
Did. They're going to have to buy tickets to go where they were ended up. Over the railing into the seats.
A rain delay of 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Both of them running over there. All new to them. Their first game here. They both run into the wall. The auxiliary board. They both fall over. It gets about 2 or 3 rows deep.
Bauer's 0-1 pitch in the dirt. To center field. In comes Brentley. And the inning is over. 2 more for Cincinnati. And after 3 innings of play, it's the Reds 4, the Indians nothing. Time to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag STODataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming telecast brought to you by T-Mobile. For Cleveland here in the 4th inning, Michael Brantley, David Murphy, and Carlos Santana will be due up. Brantley walked his only time to the plate in the 1st inning. Brantley goes after the first pitch, pulls it foul. Brantley has picked up the pace a little bit here over the last 3 weeks. He's batted an even .300 with 10 runs batted in 18 games played. He's hit in 29 of his last 37. Give credit to Oakland. The A's did a terrific job when they came into Progressive Field. They shut Brantley down, held him to 2 for 11. They shut Kipnis down. He was 1 for 12. Sonny Gray pitched the finale. He was fantastic.
Yeah, he was very good. You know, you don't get to see him a lot because they're out on the West Coast at different times. But boy, that kid is he's tough.
3 balls and 2 strikes for Brantley. Michael was an all-star a year ago. Had a phenomenal season. He was 3rd in the MVP voting. Won a Silver Slugger award. He had 200 hits. And right now his teammate Jason Kipnis is on pace to join him in that category this year. Now Brantley socks one deep center field. Hamilton back on the track and makes the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, had enough room. He got one more step maybe to the base of the wall out in right center field.
Almost looked like maybe he wasn't sure where he was.
Well, with your back to the wall, no. He had one more step, and he knew he was close. So he took one last peek. He feels the warning track as an outfielder. You know you've got a few shuffles if you're not on a dead run. Leak upset, maybe with the pitch location there.
Not that it would have made any difference. Maybe it would have. But there is absolutely no breeze at the moment. And the warm, humid conditions that we had at the game time have dissipated since the rain has moved through.
You know, it's funny because it was like this when the game started. Then all of a sudden that breeze picked up and the storms blew through. And now it's very quiet. Let's hope it stays that way.
David Murphy, a ground out victim his first time up. And Mike Leake delivers a strike. It's 2-2. Indians have just 2 hits. A leadoff single by Carlos Santana in the 2nd, and a 2-out single by Jason Kipnis in the 3rd. Fouled right back. Mike Leake deals and hit to 3rd. Frazier throws out Murphy, and there are 2 down. Let's go back down to Andre, not Carlos Santana. Had a base hit his first time up. Rick has identified him as one of the guys that has to get going in the second half for this club to go anywhere. What's the thought process on can Santana do that?
I would say most guys in this clubhouse right next to me feel the same exact way. They feel like they have to get him going. Confidence is a big word. From every player on the team, they want him to have confidence. He feels like he has it because last season he said, look, I was able to play well in the second half. And Terry Francona was very open about it. He goes, he needs to be. And he was 8-19 after, the last week leading up to the break, and he's already got one hit tonight. The team is dependent upon him doing that.
Well, when he was on that last homestand, he was using more of the middle of the field. He wasn't trying to pull pitches as much. And, he got some base hits, had a double in left center field. That's what I think slowly is going to get him back to being a better hitter if he can stay there. And that was a pull swing.
And with the shift on, he grounds out, and the Indians go 1-2-3. 4-0 Reds, middle of the fourth.
Well, 12,500 fans will receive a Larry Doby replica statue. That's courtesy of Key Bank. That'll take place Saturday, July 24th. The Indians will host the White Sox. All fans can enjoy post-game fireworks presented by Pierre's and get other free items from Key Bank all weekend long. Visit Indians.com.
Top of the order for Cincinnati here in the fourth inning. Brandon Phillips is already coming to the plate for the third time in the game.
Pretty much how the game started off. Fastball up and into Phillips.
Breaking ball in there for a strike to even the count, 1-1. Phillips at a check swing liner to first at bat, and then walked in the second. That pitch is in tight. 1-2. Pitch was high, but it's really not him. It's just that Phillips has always been a guy who looks away. I mean, I'm not saying he dives into pitches, but he's definitely looking middle away.
Nothing wrong with that pitch. You're pitching inside. You got to pitch him inside. He even threw him a changeup in that at bat. It was a two-seamer that he pitched him inside.
Bullseye, full count. Off-speed pitch off the glove of Bauer, but Kipnis is there to play the carom. One away. And that will bring up Joey Votto, who has struck out twice tonight, once swinging, once looking. Swing and a miss.
He's had a lot of swings and misses, and this only being the 4th inning on his slider tonight.
Yeah. In fact, I think I remember that's the pitch he struck out Jay Bruce with in the 2nd inning. Two balls and a strike. And 3. And 1 to count now on Votto. .75 pitches already for Bauer. 45 out of the 75 have been strikes. 3-1 pitch is hit to deep center. Back is Brantley, and goodbye. Second home run of the night for the Reds. And they lead it now 5-0.
Well, you get Votto in a count to his liking, and he smoked that ball to straightaway center field, his 16th home run. And it went a long way. Looked like it hit the base of that glass out there in the restaurant, straightaway center. Fastball, 3-1 count, right there to hit, and he did it. Challenged him and got burned right there. Good swing by Votto. Second home run for the Reds.
And Todd Frazier looks at ball 1. It appears to be a visibly frustrated Trevor Bauer right now.
That is the second time this year that Bauer has given up 2 homers in a game. You remember back in Baltimore on June 28th, he gave up a pair of home runs.
Well, the first one was a sort of a typical Cincinnati hometown home run. That was no cheapie. That one went about 418 feet. Frazier chases one in the dirt. And that is strikeout number 4 for Bauer. 2 down here in the inning. The Marlon Bird home run back in the 2nd inning. I mean, just watch this thing fly out of here.
Yeah, that was an 0-2 pitch, just a fastball away. That didn't even go 350 feet, but that's this ballpark. You know, that's just the way it plays.
And with 2 down, Jay Bruce to the plate. Big bouncer foul. Bruce is 1 for 2 on the night. On the year, hitting .252, but over his last 2 months, he's batted .308, pumped his average up 162 points. Chases one and strikes out to end the inning. Back-to-back Ks for Bauer, but before that, another solo home run for Cincy, and they lead it 5-0. Honda dealers, by the Cleveland Clinic. Call for an appointment today. And by the game-changing all-new Ford F-150. The future is tough. 5-0. The Reds are on top as we roll to the 5th inning. Yan Gomes will lead it off for Cleveland. Trevor Bauer, it's been a rough night for him in his first start after the All-Star break. Reds scoring 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 more in the fourth. Indians, meanwhile, just 2 singles through the first 4 innings of play. Gomes with a ground ball to third, backhanded by Frazier. Long throw, whoa. It's off the mark, and Gomes will head to second base.
Well, he made the nice pick over there and set himself. He just put a little too much on it. Votto couldn't get up and catch that ball, and Gomes was heads up enough to just keep right on going to second base. I'm sure that's going to be a straight out error.
It is.
And, you know, overthrow. Watch, that's heads up. He didn't come across the bag and then make a decision. He made the turn and went right to second base. So there's a start here on the error by Frazier.
Sometimes that's all it takes to open the door. Brandon Moss bounced into a double play his first time up in the second inning. High pop up, foul ground. Frazier over near the seats and makes the catch. 1 away. That's going to bring up Giovanni Urshela. Urshela struck out on 3 pitches his first time up. Urshela in his first at bat, Rick, looked like a guy who hasn't obviously spent any time in a situation where he bats in front of a pitcher, because once Leake got ahead of him, he expanded his strike zone, knowing
that 3 pitches,
yeah.
1, 2, 3, didn't waste any time.
He doesn't have the pitcher behind him this at bat. Michael Bourne has moved to the on deck circle to pinch hit for Bauer.
Well, yeah, sometimes when you get into a National League park and the pitcher's sitting, it's nicer to have a veteran guy that, you know, knows the situations a little more. This is the type of guy, too, Leake. He never gives in, and he stays out of the middle of the plate. So you got to go up there with a pretty good game plan against him.
He has not had a great year for Cincinnati. I mean, all things considered, you know, when we think about the National League, an ERA of over 4.
Right.
Follow back. Urshela pops one up. First baseman Votto into foul ground, 2 away. It is time now for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pulaski. Kind of a curious move here with 2 down and a runner at second base. Pitching coach Jeff Pico going out for a chat with Michael Bourne, the pinch hitter.
Would that be just a scouting report, I would think? Maybe they didn't go over him before the game because he wasn't in the lineup.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you've got Jason Kipnis on deck. This is a guy that you have to attack even though you've got a base open. Michael Bourne trying to stay optimistic that he can turn things around. He went into the All-Star break 0 for his last 15. Up and away. It's got to be hard to do when everywhere you look, the numbers are all over the place, but you almost have to try as best you can, block all of that out and just take each at bat and make that a separate game for yourself.
Right, that's exactly right. You can't look. You got to simplify things as easy as you can. You know, you look for pitches, you hit strikes, and you just move on from there. You try and take something positive every day. And he hasn't had the opportunity to be playing every day because he hasn't played against left-handers. And tonight, with the right-hander on the mound, he didn't get the start because Brantley was in center field. So.
Yeah, with no DH, somebody ends up the odd man out in these National League games.
But the one thing I do know, when you get into a little struggle and you're slumping, you can't get out of it with one swing. You have to remain patient and put a lot of hard work in, and you do that. You take your walks if given.
So Bourne gets aboard. Now Jason Kipnis coming up. Not that he's a home run hitter, but boy, if ever there was a time, if you get a pitch that jolt one, this would be huge to give this team a big pick-me-up here.
Well, that's amazing. A pitching coach goes out to talk to him. What's he do? He walks the pinch hitter, and a guy you have to be aggressive and go after.
Like I said, the timing of that was just odd.
It was odd. I agree.
But you've got a former pitching coach who's the manager, so I mean, that's what makes it all the more strange, I guess.
Well, I don't know. Whatever message he had to relay. A lot of times the manager will tell you to go tell him, go give him information or whatever it was. We don't know exactly what he said to him.
Now they 0-1. And if it was a case where, well, we didn't go over him on the scouting report, then it was too much information.
Yeah. Well, he comes right out of the chute and he has Kipnis down 0-2.
Yeah. Two quality pitches.
Why wasn't he that aggressive with Bourne, the pinch hitter?
Time called before the 0-2. Kipnis grounded out his first time up. In the third, he lashed a single to left field. Down 0-2, trying to come up with a huge clutch hit now. Drives one on left center field, but Bird is there and makes the catch to end the inning. Two stranded for the Tribe here in the fifth. They trail it 5-0.
Heading into the bottom of the fifth inning. Cincinnati has a 5-0 lead, and we will head to the Cleveland Clinic. Call to the bullpen. Jeff Manship comes on after Trevor Bauer went 4 innings, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs. He walked a couple, struck out 5, and gave up 2 home runs. Manship doing a nice job in his 5 appearances, covering 8 innings. He's given up just a couple of hits. He's walked 2, struck out 6, and you can see the opposition hitting just 083. He's on to face Bird, Suarez, Bernhardt.
Marlon Bird 2 for 2. Not sure he had 2 hits in the whole series against Cleveland earlier this year.
No, they took care of him in Cleveland.
I'm not even sure why the Reds put out press notes. There's about as little information here as humanly possible. Bird smashes his 3rd hit of the night into right center field. Brantley trying to cut it off, but Bird's going for 2. Here's the throw, and he is safe with a leadoff double.
Well, now a triple away from the cycle. He's 3 for 3, single, double, home run. And he was aggressive. He was 5-0 lead. You got Brantley in center field. He's going to go over to try and make a play. It wasn't hit right at him, so he says, hey, I'm just going to keep right on going and make a good throw, and he couldn't do it.
Eugenio Suarez singled and scored in the 2nd, fly to right his last time up. And a fastball misses inside, ball 1. Manship checks the runner and now deals, and it's 3-0. Finds the strike zone, outside corner, 3 balls and a strike. Rick, I don't know if it was Bauer or the Reds hitters, but they seem to have a very patient approach. Made him throw a lot of pitches.
Well, it seemed like he got beat a lot on his fastball today. The home runs came on fastballs, and they weren't well located. And right there, he gets a nice out.
In-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. It was Marlon Bird who started the mayhem in the 2nd with an opposite field line drive homer. But that was just the beginning of the trouble. A lot of opposite field hits allowed
fastball
by Bauer. The pitcher Mike Leake drove in a couple. Joey Votto with a homer to straightaway center.
Yeah, those 3 swings we saw were all fastballs. And the one that was located, it was down to Leake, and he smoked it. The other 2 weren't very well located.
But the efficiency with which Bauer had been pitching was not there tonight. I mean, they weren't even getting after pitches early in counts. They were really making a concerted effort, it seemed like, to get deep into counts against him, and it paid off.
Well, he's been a guy that's pitched so well on the road this year, but tonight was a little clunker.
Tucker Barnhart with a base hit and a walk.
Matter of fact, I told you the last time he gave up 2 home runs, and the only other time was against Baltimore, and he left that game early at about the 5th. It was a 4-0 game. He left today, and it's a 5-0 game.
Drilled to center. And Brantley comes in to make the line drive catch. 2 down.
Comes the star of the night.
Mike Leake has driven in 3 of the 5 runs for Cincinnati. The only runs that he hasn't driven in are the ones that were hit out of the ballpark. Breaking ball hit on a bounce to Lindor, who cuts it off, throws him out, and the side is retired. 5 complete from Cincinnati. It's the Reds 5, the Indians nothing.
Tickets offer the best perks, including savings and access to Tribe Rewards. Today's Tribe Rewards TV code is Bauer. You visit Indians.com for your season tickets for complete details.
Well, Mike Leake has pitched a heck of a ball game. It's only 5 innings, but I mean, the Indians just have not made any noise at all tonight. They threatened sort of in the 5th inning. They had 2 men on base, but that was due in large part to the error and a walk, but couldn't get the 2-out hit to drive anyone home. So we start the 6th inning with the Indians down 5-0. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Well, you know, we mentioned before that Leake, obviously he's a terrific pitcher, but more of a complete player, a guy who can handle the bat. His college coach said he was probably as good a defensive third baseman and shortstop as we had, and this is at Arizona State. But if that's not enough for you, Dusty Baker, who managed here for a number of years, said a few years back when he was the skipper about Mike Leake, there's a base hit right back up the middle, and that's what the Indians need. Their leadoff man aboard. Lindor 1 for 3 on the night. Indians leadoff man aboard for the 3rd time, 2nd inning in a row. Santana led off the 2nd with a base hit, and Gomes reached on the error last inning. Now we'll see with the heart of the order coming up if they can make anything out of this. But going back to Dusty Baker, he said, look, and I love this, when Leake would be in spring training games and the pitchers all leave in the 5th inning like a herd of cattle.
Right.
Said Dusty Baker said he was the only guy who never left the dugout
to watch other pitchers pitch.
He would, he would go and sit next to Dusty Baker and Eric Davis and just listen and ask questions and talk. He wanted to know the whole game, what was going on, and that tells you something about a guy.
No doubt. What else do you have to do? You know, you go home, big deal. You Sit out there, learn the game. That's nice to hear.
See if the Indians can put him on the bench and he can talk all the baseball he wants to with Brian Price.
Well, we'll see if they can do anything. You have your leadoff man aboard. They had it in the second inning, and that was diffused by a double play ball. They had their leadoff man aboard last inning, and he didn't go anywhere. Went to second on a walk and then an out.
I don't think Brantley was real happy about that last call. Voicing a little displeasure with Jeff Kellogg. It's 0-1. Count evens up. Tigers came out of the All-Star break swinging. They lead the Orioles 7-3 in the ninth. And a foul back. Kansas City beat Chicago in the first game of a doubleheader. White Sox lead the Royals in the nightcap 1-0. They're in the fifth inning. Minnesota's out in Oakland after the All-Star break. They'll be underway shortly. Down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ryan Matthews warming in the Cincinnati bullpen, right-hander. League just over 80 pitches on the night. Don't know how much they take into consideration the downtime.
The hour and 10 minutes maybe.
Yeah, 105 was the official rain delay tonight. But Leak, we saw him warming up while it was raining, and then he came back and restarted the game. Brantley hammers one into right field. That's down the line. Bruce tries to cut it off, slides and does so. But Brantley's still going to get to second base. Lindor stops at third. And the Indians have 2 in scoring position with nobody out here in the 6th inning.
There you go. Michael smoked that ball into the corner. Past Votto at first base, and Bruce in right field had to go down and slide to stop that ball from getting to the wall, and saves a run, really, because Lindor, if he doesn't, will score. So he picks it up. He concedes the double. He throws it in towards the infield, toward home plate.
Well, as you said, Leak stays out of the middle of the plate. That time it might not have been right down the middle, but Brantley was able to pull his hands in and get the barrel to it. And now David Murphy with 2 in scoring position. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Pops the first pitch up on the infield. 1 away. Rick, it's like when they get runners in scoring position, all of these hitters just seem to change.
Well, you want to get out there and you want to hit your first pitch. I understand that, but you have to remain patient. Driving in runs is a mentality, a thought process. You know, you can't fault a guy when you go up there and he gets the pitch he's looking for, he pops it up. That's going to happen. But it's just happened way too many times for the Indians this year where they leave them stranded.
Well, Santana's been swinging a much better bat of late. We'll see if he continues. Takes a strike. Including tonight in his last 8 games, 10 hits and 25 at bats.
How nice would a 3-pointer be right here?
Cool. Pulled foul, and that was a huge flash of light.
That was a cameraman that took a shot
That's
there.
what it seemed like, didn't it?
No doubt.
Oh,
that, I'll tell you what, there's something awfully close. Watch this light.
Wow. That thunder, I mean, that lightning and thunderbolt just shook the stands.
Well,
that literally shook the stadium.
Yeah.
And Jeff Kellogg is looking into the groundskeeper as if to say, tell me something, because that was brutal. And he's still looking in there. Groundskeeper's making his way with his cell phone in hand to the end of the dugout. In the meantime, here's the 0-2 pitch, and it almost hit Santana.
Well, that's not where you want to throw it. He was lucky to get out of the way. Went down at the feet. He's lucky it didn't hit him.
Now the 1-2 pitch from Leake with 3 on the right side of the infield. Santana pulls it foul. Rain is falling here in Cincinnati, but just a light rain at the moment. And the 1-2 is grounded right up the middle. That'll get a run home. 2 down. Santana gets his 41st RBI of the year. Indians are on the board, down 5-1. Lindor scoring on the play. Brantley goes to third. Yan Gomes, the batter, 0 for 2 on the night.
Leake going right back to the full windup with Brantley on third base.
Off the end of the bat to center field. Hamilton's there. Inning over. Indians get their first 2 aboard. They do manage a run. But we go to the bottom of the 6th. Cincinnati leads at 5-1. A game at the new Corner Bar, which is open to all fans at Progressive Field. $13 district tickets presented by Sports Time Ohio are going quickly, so get yours today. Tickets are available only at Indians.com/district ticket. Bottom of the 6th inning here in Cincinnati. Reds with a 5-1 lead. Billy Hamilton, the batter. Brandon Phillips to follow, then Joey Votto. Steady rain falling here at Great American Ballpark. Pitch outside, ball 1.
Well, this is a guy here, Matt. He's hitting 220 coming into this game, but he's stolen 44 bases out of 50 attempts. This guy could find a way to get on. They ought to play a game with him and find him every time he hits the ball in the air and utilize his speed. He did try to bunt back in the second inning, but he flew out to center field in his last at bat, and he should hit it on the ground every time.
He's such a good bunter. I mean, with his speed, that it's a close play every time. If you bobble it, then he's going to be safe.
Yeah, that's true.
One away, Brandon Phillips coming to the plate. Phillips 0 for 2 on the night with a walk. I'll tell you, even at this stage in his career, Phillips still has 11 stolen bases, and he's only been caught one time. Oh, man.
Yeah, we've seen a show tonight when it comes to lightning, haven't we?
I mean, these are the kind of bolts of lightning you see in Frankenstein movies.
Yeah, I thought Tampa Bay was the lightning capital of the world. Well, I'll tell you what, we've seen a great show to display tonight here to go with a lot of thunder. Wow. Mother Nature's angry at somebody.
I'll tell you what, there's a pitch upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It is.
Swing and a miss. He strikes him out. 2 down. Going to bring up Joey Votto. Votto was 0 for 2 his first 2 times up. Struck out both times. But in his last at bat, he clobbered a 3-1 pitch to straightaway center field for his 16th home run of the year, giving Cincinnati its 5th run of the night.
3-1 fastball right here, and boy, it had hit me, and he did. Bauer knew it as soon as he swung the bat. Base of the restaurant out in center field, well over 400 feet.
2 quick strikes from Jeff Manship. Manship gave up a leadoff double to Marlon Byrd in the 5th and has retired everybody since, 5 in a row. Tried to bring it back over the inside corner, but just missed. Down on the count, chokes up on the bat.
Well, yeah, you know, a lot of these guys use shorter bats than what they used to. So choking up on the bat, it gives you a little better bat control. They don't swing heavy bats anymore like they once did. Lighter bats, quicker bat speed.
Thinner handles more than anything.
Thinner handles. But look at that's a lot. There's a bad swing for Votto.
He couldn't have hit that with a caveman club. 1, 2, 3 go the Reds. They lead it though 5-1. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by AT&T UVerse, has more channels on the go than cable. Back here in Cincinnati, the Reds on top 5-1. We had a 1 hour, 5-minute rain delay during the bottom half of the third inning. Rain has come back here. And as we go to the seventh, Cincinnati goes to their bullpen for the first time tonight. Ryan Matthews, for the 25th time, will come on for Cincinnati. Mike Leake went 6 innings, gave up 1 run on 4 hits, walked 2, struck out 2. For Cleveland, bottom third of the order, Brandon Moss, Giovanni Urshela.
Probably a pinch hitter, huh?
And the pitcher spot, yeah.
I see Rayburn down in that dugout with a helmet on, so it looks like it will be him.
Moss takes ball 1.
Matthews was claimed off waivers from the Los Angeles Angels in May on the 13th.
His last outing came right before the All-Star break, and it's one to forget for Matthews. He pitched 1 inning against the Miami Marlins and gave up 3 runs on 3 hits.
Let's hope he does it again. Stay consistent.
Full count. Moss pops it up. Left field. Bird makes the catch. 1 away. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Mike Leake, 6 innings of work tonight for Cincinnati, but his best work might have been at the plate.
No question.
That sacrifice bunt drove in a run, then a gap shot to drive in 2 more. He's driven in 3 of the 5 runs for Cincinnati tonight, and pretty much locked up the Indians.
Yeah, went 6 innings, 4 hits. Did you see that? The bunt he made, that was a tough pitch to bunt.
It was up high,
and he had to come back in, and he just put it down. That was he had a good night.
I said to you before that we've seen guys who are everyday players that don't get bunts down that well. Urshela swung at a ball that almost hit him.
He's had a bad night tonight. He's swung at everything. He's been in aggressive mode. He swung at a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. Most of the strikes thrown to him tonight, he has chased.
That one almost hit him, and it hit the umpire, Jeff Kellogg, because the catcher, Barnhart, completely whiffed on it. I think Barnhart might have been expecting it to hit Urshela. And look how angry Kellogg is right now. He's so mad he could spit nails. I'm fine. I'm fine. Get away from me. Just get away from me.
Yeah, don't talk to me. Beat it. The trainer will come out, and you get upset. Let's watch and see if Barnhart gets anything on it. He didn't even get leather on it.
Right on the elbow.
Yeah, it hit him on the arm. It's just like a batter getting hit with a pitch right there. Direct hit. Yeah, you get a little upset, and rightfully so.
And he knows those catchers do a great job protecting the umpires. Sometimes those things happen.
He's going to say, don't you dare.
Just don't let it happen again.
Don't you dare take a pitch.
Yeah. Inside, he missed again in there, 2-2. Urshela struck out in the third, fouled out in the fifth. And now with a 2-2 count, Ryan Rayburn waiting on deck. Indians down 4 here in the 7th. Full count.
This guy's having a tough time finding the zone.
Urshela chased one, but he might reach here, and he will.
I can't believe what Urshela is swinging at tonight. He has been all over the board. He's going to reach on the strikeout.
Well, I
and
think
I'm sure
you
a
called
wild
it.
pitch.
You called it. He's swinging at everything.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that ball's released, he's swinging. That was not even close. He almost swung at a ball that hit him in this at bat, but he ends up reaching on the wild pitch.
So 1 on 1 out. Ryan Rayburn, the pinch hitter. Rayburn this year 5 for 18 as a pinch hitter with 8 runs batted in. One hops it to short. Trouble getting it out of the glove. They'll get the force at second. 2 down. If Suarez doesn't have trouble getting it out of the glove, that's a double play ball probably.
Yeah. Looked like it got stuck in the webbing. He didn't get it down to where those guys, those middle infielders use small gloves. He went in there and just couldn't dig it out. And Phillips says, okay, that's fine. We'll just take that one. I'm not going to try and turn it. Get out of the way.
Brings up Jason Kipnis, who's 1 for 3 on the night. Pulls it foul. 1-1. Bullseye. And now Matthews 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. Foul back. Terry Francona once again watching his offense just struggle to put anything together tonight. Back-to-back hits opened up the 6th inning, but that rally quickly fizzled. Kipnis sends a fly ball to left field to end the inning. We've reached the 7th inning stretch with Cincinnati in command 5-1. Stretch time brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Stick around for Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care, coming up after the ball game. Right now, the Indians have a lot of work to do. Down 4, bottom of the 7th. First things first, Austin Adams makes his 12th appearance of the year. He's got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters to deal with for Cincinnati. Righty, lefty, righty. Todd Frazier, Jay Bruce, Marlon Byrd. Tonight, that trio has accounted for 4 hits, 3 runs scored, and a homer. Frazier with 25 home runs on the season. Swings and misses at the first pitch. He's 0 for 3 tonight. One-up smash to Lindor. 1 down.
Well, pregame with $2 Budweiser, Bud Light, and Miller Lite cans in the right field district on July 24th. The Indians will host the White Sox. Fans can get 12-ounce cans for $2 from 5 to 7. And a postgame fireworks show will follow that ball game. Go to Indians.com.
Now Jay Bruce singled and scored in the 3rd. First pitch, he grounds to Kipnis. 2 down. Our AT&T U-verse rewind. Marlon Byrd has had himself quite a night coming out of the break. Homered his first time up. Then a line drive single right back up the middle and scored in the 3rd. And in the 5th, he led off with a double when he gapped one to right center. So he's a triple shy of the cycle. This would not appear to be a ballpark that you see a lot of triples in.
Not unless you hit it out in the corner, maybe, and it ricochets, or out in the center field. No, this is not a triples park.
Down the right side out of play.
And Byrd, you know, he might have been able to run in his younger days, but he's not a speedster by any means. So you have to have maybe a guy dive for the ball. But he's hit all fastballs today on his 3 hits.
Redbird tells me only 8 triples here in Cincinnati this year, 2nd fewest in the majors.
There you go.
Want to take a guess at who the fewest? Which ballpark has yielded the fewest?
Would it be Toronto?
Believe it or not, and this surprises me a little bit, but now that I start thinking about the configuration of that ballpark, it doesn't. Angel Stadium in Anaheim has only yielded 4.
No kidding. Well, I got a couple guys that can run in the outfield, but still, 4 triples all year in any ballpark. I would think. All right, and this is giving up 8. Huh.
The 0-2 just missed inside. In Anaheim, you could see the ball hits off the big wall in right center,
right,
and you get pinned up against the wall.
Or that down in the corners when they, you know, they have that circular shape to them. And Progressive Field's not a good triple spark.
The 1-2 up high. The last cycle by a Cincinnati Red was Eric the Red back in 1989. The year before, the Reds won the World Series. That was at old Riverfront Stadium. Missed in off the plate. Full count. Well, Eric Davis was one of those guys when he came along in the mid-'80s, late 80s. Wow, he could do it all.
Yeah, blessed with
power,
speed, power,
yep, run, throw,
defense. Yeah, he could do it all. Is right.
Payoff pitch. Lindor has it go off the glove and into center field. Another hit for Marlon Byrd. It's a 4-for-4 performance.
Well, he hit it hard enough, and it's out of the reach of Lindor. Another fastball. Gets enough of it. Lindor gets leather on it, but deflects it into the outfield. So Byrd, what a night he has had. 4-for-4, and he scored a pair.
I think it looked like, Rick, to me that Lindor was motioning to Kipnis, pointing to the thumb like it hit him right on the top part of the glove and just never got it in the pocket. Or the webbing, I should say. Eugenio Suarez is 1 for 3 tonight. When this game began, we had 38,982 in attendance here at Great American Ballpark. And even as you look around the field, it looks like everybody's gone. A lot of these folks are still here. They're packed up underneath out of the rain because there's still potentially a big fireworks show coming after the game, though I wonder if the rain might put the kibosh on that.
We already had a fireworks show going all game long. A natural one.
We had some serious lightning lighting up the sky. They're 2-1. Speaking of which,
there we go. See, talk about it. It'll come.
Now, even that torrential storm we had in Chicago, watch this flash of lightning light up the whole stadium. We didn't have the thunder and lightning like we've had here. Runner goes. Pitches high and no throw by Gomes. Ball 4 is the reason why. 2 on, 2 out. What do you say we send it back to Al Pawlowski in the studio for a Mazda game break?
Thanks, Albert.
Oh, boy. You're on a roll tonight, by the way. I think 4 days off was one too many for you. It's like you were locked in a cage for the last 4 days.
I was.
Tucker Barnhart with a knock and a walk. He also lined out in the 5th. Fouls this one back. Detroit beat Baltimore 7-3, the final there. Toronto over Tampa 6-2. And as Al just told you, Yankees beat the Mariners 4-3. Royals beat the White Sox in game 1 of a doubleheader. Chicago trying to get the split today. They lead 2-0 in the 7th in the nightcap. Minnesota out to an early 1-0 lead in the 2nd over Oakland. Red Sox Angels scoreless in the 2nd in Anaheim. Foul back. Houston leading Texas 3-1. I think a lot of folks are wondering, how will Houston fare now that they were knocked out of first place? Well, they might be in first place again by the time the night's over. Who knows? But they went into the All-Star break having lost 6 in a row.
But
so
you know what? They had to, slow down a little bit. They had a really pretty good first half. They just, I don't know if it was in sight. They could use a rest or whatever.
There's that American League Western Division with the Angels moving a half game in front going into the All-Star break. Texas still 6 back. Seattle's a team I think a lot of people are really surprised about. I think most folks figured they would be much better.
No offense. They can't score. And they thought their pitching would be a little better. Iwakuma was hurt for a while.
Just outside 2-2.
Who was it? Paxton that got hurt against us, the big left-hander.
Yeah. Boy, how about in the NL Central? How about that Pirates Cardinals series? We promoted it on Sunday, saying there's one more game tonight if you're interested. Another walk-off. Pirates ended up winning that series from the Cardinals. Still 2.5 out to start the second half. That's going to be an interesting race, and that's where Cincinnati's, in the unfortunate circumstance of having the two best teams maybe in the National League.
Well, they are right now, no doubt. You know, and the Cubs that are 7 games over that 500 mark, and that's a big hang with them right now.
2 on, 2 out. Runners go on the 3-2 pitch. And it's ball 4. Back-to-back walks load the bases. There were 2 outs, nobody on base when Marlon Byrd got the ground ball single up the middle, and then he walks the 6 and 7 hitters. We're going to get a pinch hitter, and we're going to get a bullpen move. So Terry Francona will go to the left-hander. It's Kyle Crockett, I'm told, who will be coming on to face Skip Schumacher when we return. Have loaded the bases on back-to-back walks. The pinch hitter Skip Schumacher, left-handed bat, so Kyle Crockett coming on now for Cleveland, making his 7th appearance of the year.
He's 4 2/3 innings. Crockett this year has inherited 6 runners, and only 1 has scored, so he has 3 more out there on the pillows.
As a pinch hitter, Schumacher is 11 for 37, far and away the Reds' go-to guy off the bench. The next closest guy in terms of at-bats in a pinch hit role is Devin Mesoraco, who's been on the DL for a while. And
you may want to think about Mike Leakey going
2 for
into
10
that role.
Yeah, right. Let me see if he has any appearances as a pinch hitter. Yeah, he's 0 for 3.
Yeah, that would not surprise me.
Oh boy, 2-0. Marlon Byrd at third. Eugenio Suarez at second. Tucker Barnhart at first. The 2-0. Schumacher grounds it weakly to first on a 2-0 pitch, and the inning is over. Reds leave him loaded. We go to the 8th. 5-1 Cincinnati. by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Well, those who still remain were dancing to the strains of Barry Manilow's Copacabana in between innings here in Cincinnati. And the sky was lit up by this, look at that, unbelievable flash of lightning. And boom.
Wow.
That was impressive. 40th appearance of the year for J.J. Hoover. 1.41 ERA. He'll face Lindor, Brantley, and Murphy here in the 8th for Cleveland. Lindor 1 out of 3. He singled and scored in the 6th. That's the only run of the night for Cleveland.
Yeah, led that inning off with a base hit. Moved to third by Brantley's double, but they could only get one home.
They count a ball and 2 strikes. Francisco Lindor, born a year before Progressive Field opened in Cleveland. But there's a pretty good chance he'll be calling that his home office for many, many years to come. The 2-2. I don't know if it's just one of those years or if what we saw in the All-Star game is maybe a precursor of what's to come in baseball. But what did you tell me the number was? Young players?
20.
20 guys under the age of 25 in the All-Star game?
Right. Yes. Good young players in the game. Pitchers, offensive players.
And I think maybe more teams are going to look at, okay, you don't want to rush a guy. You don't want to get him here and he's not ready. But you look at a Francisco Lindor, get more guys here when you got them at the best prime ages of their athletic career.
Part of the problem is a lot of the clubs don't want to start the clock on the young players.
Lindor shoots one to deep center field, but back goes Hamilton to run it down. One away.
You know, you want to make sure you don't call them up before they did that with the Correa kid in Houston until almost June. Well, they did call him up a little sooner.
But he's still only 20 years old.
Yeah, right. He's 20.
I'm saying, 24, 25. I mean, waiting that long, you're missing out on maybe some of the best years of the guy's
I would think
career.
so.
Now, I understand that there are some guys, it just takes longer. But
and a lot of times they feel they're not finished off, before they come up to the big leagues, and they don't want to have them fail and have to get sent down. That's all part of the process. Some guys can handle it, some guys can't. And the ones that can't go back.
And the ones that can't aren't going to help you anyway.
Dry. Right. That's pretty cut and dry. But, I mean, if a kid's got talent, how about the example right now, and it's just a short sample size, Cody Anderson.
Yeah.
The kid never pitched 7 innings in the minor leagues, did he? And he come up here and every start he's pitched at least 7, except his last start, 6 2/3, and he could have pitched 7.
Yeah, the Indians have to be really thrilled with what they've seen from Lindor, Urshela, Cody Anderson. I mean, just 3 young guys. First time they've been in the big leagues.
Yeah.
And they've
and you know what? The league will make adjustments to them, and we'll see how they handle it.
Right.
I mean, that's all part of the game and the process.
You're going to have to take your lumps and
Yes,
make the adjustments.
will. I mean, no one just walks up here and just comes up and it's a walk in the park. Once the scouts get a chance to see you at the big league level, believe me, they'll draw a book up on you and they'll attack your weaknesses as a hitter. And if you're a pitcher, they know what you're throwing.
And there was a time when we saw young Michael Brantley come up, and he was pencil thin, and his body's filled out. So like that, Lindor he'll grow into his body
Absolutely.
a little more. 3-1 pitch just caught the outside corner.
Now, they've settled down the left side of the infield when you talk about Lindor and Urshela, and the key is just making the everyday plays.
Brantley hammers another one, almost a carbon copy of his last double.
No
He's
kidding.
going to go for 2 again.
That was like a replay. Back in the 6th inning, went to a full count. Once he do, he ropes a double.
He's 2 for 3.
There he gets a fastball. Pulled it down into the corner again. So a 1-out double now.
And he's now 1 behind his buddy Jason Kipnis for the league lead in doubles. And up comes David Murphy, 0 for 3 on the night. You know, to take your point about the left side of the infield a step further, since Lindor and Urshela took over at third base and shortstop respectively, the Indians are 3rd in the league in defense.
Yeah. Well, they make the plays. You know, it's make the plays consistently. Not that you don't have to be flashy, just the consistent plays that have to be made every day. Yeah, 48 errors on the year.
Which is a huge improvement over where they were a year ago at this time.
When you think about it, though, with this staff that are playing behind the pitching staff, they're a strikeout staff. You're not getting a lot of ground balls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, you have 4 guys with over 100 strikeouts. There's a lot of outs that aren't even put into play.
Yeah.
So you have to make the plays
True.
when they are.
I mean, last year at this time, they had committed, well, not quite at this time because there were a few more games played last year at the All-Star
started a
break.
week earlier.
But 76 compared to 48.
Right.
It's a huge improvement
Yes, it
defensively.
You know, that's why if you're a defender, you got to love playing behind a guy like Cody Anderson who pounds the strike zone and they put it in play.
Murphy taken all the way on a 3-0 pitch. Aroldis Chapman is warming in the Cincinnati bullpen. Brian Price taking no chances with a 4-run lead if Hoover should falter here in the 8th at all. Off the end of the bat to third. 2 down. Baseball doubleheader on Fox Sports 1 tomorrow. Dodgers and Nationals at 4. Then Corey Kluber and the Indians take on the Reds at 7. It's a game you'll only see tomorrow on Fox Sports 1. Coverage begins at 4 Eastern. Only on FS1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Carlos Santana 1 for 3. Singled in the 2nd, picked up an RBI with a ground out in the 6th. Getting home the only run of the night for Cleveland. Two balls, no strikes. All of a sudden, Hoover's made 22 pitches in the inning, and this is only the 4th batter he's faced. And he pops it up. Here comes Frazier, the third baseman, and the inning is over. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's still Cincinnati 5, Cleveland 1. "5-1 is our score as we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning here in Cincinnati. Looking back at our keys to the game, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Oh man, did I just lose a pen? Knocked it out of the booth.
Let me see where to go.
Need a
Audrey, can you go get that for Matt?
The Indians are looking for a quick start to the second half, and they have come out like a stalled engine, unable to get anything going offensively. And the Indians' king of the road was knocked around early and often by Cincinnati tonight. Trevor Bauer went 4 innings and allowed 5 runs on 7 hits. It has been about as bad a start out of the All-Star break as you could imagine.
Well, they scored in 3 straight innings. They did it quickly, and the Indians haven't been able to muster anything, or they didn't have an answer.
Ryan Webb facing Billy Hamilton, who's 0 for 2.
Went out there and asked him if he wanted any diamond dust or anything on that mound, because it's catching in the cleats.
Sometimes he used to use like a tongue depressor too to.
Yeah, they have it out there. Yes, they do. I don't know if there's one out there. It doesn't look like it.
Sometimes they'll just, I don't know if they have it on the mound here or not. Yeah, they do. On the back of the mound, they tamp down.
Yeah, a mat.
A little mat where you can rub your spikes against it.
Yeah, it's got points
there. It is right there.
And it's covered with all the mud in there. But wow.
Oh, my goodness. A lot of times when you see lightning, it's straight down bolts.
Yeah,
we've seen a lot across the sky, haven't we?
Yes, we have. We sure have. This has been one of the best shows I've seen in maybe ever.
Maybe horizontal lightning, I guess, would be the proper term. And a 3-2 to Hamilton. Fouled off his leg. Ryan Webb looking in. Gomes says, shoot me a fastball over here. Payoff pitch. Hamilton bounces it over his head, and that's going to be an infield hit.
Well, like you said earlier, anytime it's not directly at an infielder, it has to be fielded cleanly, almost perfectly, and if there's any bobble, you have no chance. So that's why you hit it on the ground. He gets an infield single, and now he could be off to the races. Although it is a muddy track, but with this guy, he runs on top of the mud. He's not heavy enough to dig down deep. And you can see Lindor comes in, fields it, and then the transfer, you try and rush a little bit, and you just...
It's his 19th infield hit, which is only third most in the National League. And as you said, Rick, and I agree, this is a guy that should far and away lead the league in infield hits because...
the way he can run.
He should just chop it down on the ground almost every time. Did you see Jeff Kellogg duck out of the way of that one? He's like, I'm not getting hit again, folks. Watch this. Watch this again.
It's a pitch out. That wasn't a pitch out. He didn't get it. It was right at the head of Kellogg.
And Kellogg sees Gomes vacating, so he's thinking, uh-oh, I don't have a glove.
Tell you what, a pitch out that Webb didn't throw. That's not good.
Phillips fouls it back.
Went fishing and caught yourself a little red pen, didn't you?
That's beautiful. Nice work. Thank you. Now the 1-1 to Brandon Phillips. Runner goes. Gomes gets rid of it quickly, but the throw goes sailing into center field. And Hamilton strolls into third.
Now that's what happens when you get a base stealer. You rush it, and Gomes throws it into center field, so he'll get the error. But this is what this guy can do. That's stolen base number 45 out of 51. Well, now the infield's going to have to come in. The stolen base, the error on Gomes.
.45 stolen bases. He's only been caught 6 times. I think one of them was in Cleveland.
You know, yes, it was. And you know what? This muddy track doesn't harm him. He runs on top. And
Phillips fouled that off of his body, and he's in pain. Yeah, because he's so light on his feet aren't digging into that mud, as you pointed out. I mean, there's something to be said for that. Hit to third. Urshela looks him back, throws to first, and he's still coming home anyway, and he is safe.
Yeah, he gets Phillips an RBI. He baited Urshela. He dared him. He got down the line, and he could get off the bag as far as Urshela was off the bag. And when he saw him going to first base to get the out, he took off. Great job of base running. He stole a run in this game. You see, he sort of deked him, and he didn't deke him good enough, because he never made him stop.
That's one of those. That's a learning moment for Giovanni Urshela, because when he goes back and looks at the replay on the video of this, all he has to do is look up and watch how fast Phillips is running. He's not running fast at all.
Right.
He could have pump faked again and really frozen Hamilton a second time.
Yeah, had to make him stop.
Yeah,
is what he did, and he didn't do it. And that's hey, that's just a good job of base running.
And it's a 6-1 Cincinnati lead. Joey Votto homered back in the 4th. He has struck out in every other at bat. Joey Votto is under contract through 2023. Takes a strike. He doesn't like it.
Well, doesn't matter. 6-1. It's 9th, and it's been raining, and Kellogg's not a happy guy right now. So you know what? It's a strike. Stay here and swing the bat.
That is ball 4. For our Yellowwood bringing the lumber back in that 4th inning. It was a 3-1 fastball, and Votto crushed it to straightaway center field. Reds have hit 2 solo homers in the ballgame. And now with 1 on and 1 out in the bottom of the 8th, we have a delay for grounds crew maintenance on the pitcher's mound.
Yeah, you could tell that Webb was having a tough time when he came out. Look at that thing. That's caked with the mud. So, you know, it's caught up in his cleats. He's having a tough time throwing strikes.
Well, it's been raining pretty much, Rick, since what, about the 5th inning, 6th inning?
Yeah, it has.
Pretty steady.
Yeah, that's fine. Go put the diamond dust or the drying agent, whatever you want to call it. You know, I think he went out and asked Webb earlier in this inning, you know, would you like me to do that? And then he went out there and did it. And they're putting down a new mat to clean your shoes.
Well, you know, I mentioned before, Votto signed that monster 10-year contract extension. So he's under contract through 2023. Brandon Phillips is under a 6-year deal. He signed through 2017. Jay Bruce is signed through next year. And then they've got a number of their pitchers that are under some long-term deals, too, including the guy who's hurt, Homer Bailey.
Yeah, well, they don't have the right one under contract right now, and he's a free agent. He'll be pitching Sunday. Johnny Cueto.
Johnny Cueto will be a full-fledged free agent at season's end. But remember, there were a lot of folks that talked about it at the time. Homer Bailey signed that contract. It's a 6-year deal that runs through 2019. And when he signed it, a lot of folks said, well, that's what Justin Masterson is worth.
Yeah.
And the Indians kind of said, well, we don't know about that. And so those contract negotiations stalled. And obviously,
well, he turned down thinking he was going to get a lot more money, and that's the biggest mistake he ever made.
Todd Frazier, 0 for 4 on the night, steps in. Right at the third baseman, Urshela goes to second. There's one. Kipnis on the first. Inning-ending double play. That's all Ryan needed. A little drying dust on the mound. We'll go to the ninth. 6-1 Cincinnati. All right, thanks a lot, Al. We'll look forward to the program coming up after the game. Indians Live, presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Right now, Burke Badenhop will be the Reds pitcher. Trying to work here in the ninth inning. He's got Gomes, Moss, and Urshela due up for the Tribe. Badenhop's 34th appearance of the year. Well, that rain, I don't know that it's falling hard, but with the wind picking up, it's almost like snow. It's kind of swirling around here at the ballpark.
Well, the fans still have the umbrellas out. People just sitting through it.
Well, obviously, they're going to still shoot off the fireworks, so they would have made an announcement by now.
Yeah, I would think so. I hope they don't.
I was just going to say.
You're going to have fighting.
We better get out of here quick if they cancel these fireworks. Here's Yan Gomes. He's 0 for 3 on the night. He reached on an error in the 5th. Pulls this one foul. Just 5 hits tonight for Cleveland. 2 of them belonging to Michael Brantley. 1 to Jason Kipnis. One to Lindor, 1 to Santana. That's outside. And it's 2-1 for Gomes. High fly ball, right field, near the line. Bruce over and reaches up, makes a fantastic. No, he didn't come down with it. I thought he made a great catch.
Boy, it looked like he did. It just didn't stick into the glove. He went up and jumped. Let's see. He was about it was a couple inches late getting there, and you got to jump up against that wall tough. See that ball just coming down before he could get that glove up.
Hit the third, and it's by Frazier down into the corner. Yan Gomes headed for second base, and he has a leadoff double. It's his 8th double on the year.
make this our McDonald's. I'm loving. Got a little two-seam fastball down and in. Gomer, a good low ball hitter, gets it past Frazier at third base, down into the corner for a double. Third double for the Indians. It's only their 6th hit.
And now Brandon Moss 0 for 3 on the night. Aroldis Chapman had been warming an inning ago. He may have to get up and get loose again if the Indians get another base runner or two. Right into the shift. Phillips will take care of Moss. 1 away. Gomes goes to third. Our Pat O'Brien Chevrolet play of the game, Mike Leake. Offensively tonight, a sacrifice RBI bunt and then a 2-run double to right center field. 3 RBIs in addition to his 6 innings of 4-hit, 1-run allowed baseball tonight. Urshela sends a fly ball to right field. Jay Bruce, routine play. Gomes will tag. He's coming home. No, he has to slam on the brakes because Bruce got off a perfect throw toward home. It was a little bit up the line, but he got it off so quickly that Gomes felt like, I don't want to get thrown out to end the game here. Rick, is this just a case where you've got to know yourself? You know he's got a strong arm.
Yeah, Gomes is average at best, but you always expect a perfect throw when it's coming from the outfield. But he just put on the brakes, and you're down 5 runs. You're right, you can't get thrown out.
Mike Aviles will pinch hit here with 2 outs in the ninth. Mike was activated from the emergency medical family list, and Jose Ramirez was sent back to Columbus. Big chopper foul. The pitch, and it's low and away. Remember, tomorrow's game is a Fox Sports 1 presentation at 7 Eastern. Rick and I and Andre will be back with you on Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock to wrap up the series. Aviles pops one to center field. Hamilton is there. And the game is over. The Reds beat the Indians in the series opener here in Cincinnati. It's their first win of the year against the Tribe. But with the victory, Cincinnati stops the 2-game slide. They get their 40th victory on the year against 47 defeats. The Indians have now lost 3 in a row. They're 42 and 47. Mike Leake, the winner, he is 7 and 5. Trevor Bauer, the loser, he is 8 and 6.